Vinca didn't sit, I would have finished. Okay, that's the way the cookie crumbles. phone timer is off.
Okay, ṣé fóònù àwọn àfi ṣe timer ni?
Òun máa ń lò.
Okay.
As I'm saying that the timer is not showing.
Just put 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Minimize that thing. Minimize from that side. Up, down, go up. From down, go up.
Okay.
That window, window,
6. 49.
Okay. All right, all right. Thirty-two.
Okay, guys. Once again, I apologize for the break in transmission, but all problems have been fixed now and we're ready to move. So this game, this is round three between Oiloye Abiola and Aedu John. And as we can see, the players are about, they're in the middle of the game already. And um Oiloye started with Thief, and we saw Key come down, Q high, then Omi, then Rez, then Han. Then at some point there was a mistake, or should I say a suboptimal move from Oiloye, and which he actually arranged. He could have played Doc Yes through the triple triple that was opened by Hayedo, and that could have scored him a whooping 167 points. So I think at that point he probably doubted the play because he actually arranged it on the board, and it's a very valid play, and it is the highest scoring point he could have made at that point. So he opted for Dokies, which scored him 101 points. And then Aedo replied with on plants, which is unfortunately funny. He was held at some point, but he let him go. And then we saw Taxon come down from Oiloye. Then I'm saying Gotia. Gotia came down as well. And now it's back to Oiloye Abiola. The scoreline is 268 from Oiloye and Ayedo's 158. I really do hope this is updated. And yeah, let's go on with the game. So Oile has a rack of AWTEEA. I'm trying to see the last rack. You see he's about to make a move. Okay, quickly we are seeing VAWTE come down. Top move here. Without wasting no time, Aedo plays YAY, leaving SI Hill, hoping to probably bingo the next turn. So back to back to Oiloe. He has a rack of CEADUIW. Now I have I really personally I do not like a rack of when I have the U and the W in the same rack. It throws me off instantly. And normally I either change or I look at the board and see if I can score anything, maybe above 20. If not, I change. I just change. There are some computers that sometimes I don't just like seeing together. It just makes my head go blank. So what he's having right now is a typical example. Although he has some vowels to go with it, he has the E, A, I, but the U and W combo for me, it's not it. But these are master players. So let's see what Edu comes up with. And is actually leading with over 100 points. So I don't think exchanging right now would be the best option for him. So I see a arrange chord, probably looking to play to the AR from the okay, he opts for WEID. Yeah. I think playing CHWED, open the triple triple, it's not really wise. So playing safe at this point, I know, and still maintaining your lead is the safest option. Quickly, John is playing FELL, letting go of I think he had about 3 L's in his last rack, still leaving the LSIE. So he picked ELL to his LSIE. So balancing might not really Scrabble is there's a high percentage of luck that goes in. You might keep balancing and balancing, and then you are not really seeing what you're looking for, and then you have to keep balancing. Or at some point, you might just have to like just play. Now I see he has a 7 of revisal, revisal, yeah, and if it's not blocked, you could easily play it just under the WEID, hooking the S to it for his revisal. But now I see Oiloye has the second and the last blank of the game. So he has UNAUCE blank. Now on this rack he has a 7, a straight 7 of this. I think should be pronounced U swans. This is USAUNCE. Now, if he sees this word, he would probably play it just below the WEID on the board, hooking the S to it. But I see him rocking, there's a high possibility he's going to see the word. Because I won't, to be honest, this is a new word to me. USAUNCE. So making is blank S. This should be use sounds. Yeah, use sounds. Okay, I think this is a derivative of the word usage. Yeah, it is usage. Use sounds. Okay, and he missed that unfortunately. So he's opting to play Adonk, ADUNC. This is not the optimal move right now. Oh, here we go. So now, unfortunately, this has blocked the S hook that John could have played the reversal for. So now, let's see what it comes up with. This would probably be very painful for John because playing that would have playing that would have I mean, bring him back into the game even more and increasing his chance of winning. So now he's opting to play Vail, VAIL. And I think he wants to, hopefully, if he picks the right tiles, he would probably hook the S to the Vail to play just below the bottom of the board. But mind you, Oiloye also have the last blank on the board for this game. And he might also be looking into that spot. Now there's a time gap of about 7 minute difference. Oile is about on 3 minutes right now, and I'm sure he's under some sort of pressure. And maybe not exactly because he's leading, but then this with this time that is having, I'm sure you would want to win this game and not flag. And then that blank on his rack would probably motivate him to want to try for bingo. But looking at what he's having right now, I'm not sure there's a bingo on his rack. But let's see, let's see. Wow, this is crazy. He actually had a bingo of unfortunately it won't even drop anyway. He has a bunch of sevens he could play, but
39.
this board is tighter than Lagos traffic and it won't come down anywhere. So I'm saying is opting for Joe. Yeah, Joe scores pretty well. And then keeping his lead, leaving URE blank. Now there's about 19 tiles left on scene. And back to John. He has Simpa. Mm. Yeah, Simpa and I think the word here is pismire, if I'm not wrong. Yeah, pismire is definitely a word. Pismire. And I think this should be particularly painful for John because he has had like his past racks for like 2 rounds has been bingo worthy tiles, but then nowhere to drop on the spot. Yeah, that would be very painful for me. But I see there's a D on top of the word on the board. So if he could possibly look towards playing something to the D, but unfortunately with his rack, there's nothing there. Oh man, I actually forgot the VAIL is still there. So he's playing Simpa, just letting go of the S and just going for his score. So he's going for Simpa it is. It could have been nice if the bingo he had on his rack was one that starts with S. He would have been able to bingo right there and put further pressure on Abiola Oyeloye. Now, quickly under immense time pressure, we're seeing Oyeloye's rack of ROUSEO blank. Quickly coming down is playing ROUSE. Okay, the ZA and the ANN of Anne. Back to John. Having a rack of DOICEIS. I think he has been able to manage his time well. You normally want to leave about 10 minutes towards the end game and is doing well. But looking at this board right now, his chances of winning are not so slim. If he's able to bingo probably one more, it would be very close to Oiloi, and depending on how the tiles he picks towards the end game, and then the game might change towards his favor. But for now, let's see what happens. Now this is a dead rock is having DISECIO. No 7 letter bingo, and looking towards the top board. Um there's no 8 letter that can go towards the D or the O or the R, none. So now he's left in a tough choice. We can see him thinking, probably wondering what to do. And remember, Oyinloye still has the last blank, so there's a possibility he could still bingo with that. And that would ultimately seal the lead for him if that happens. But this is Scrabble, anything can happen. So we'll find out. Still thinking of what to do. This is the time you see the true creativity and patience of these players when the game just pause, and the pause alone tells what is going through the player's mind. I'm sure it's probably wishing it could bingo so bad, you know, that would actually increase his chance of winning this game. And he has some synergic tiles, but then there's no 7 and no 8. So I see him going for CD.
16.
CEDI coming down. And that has been committed. Now back to Oiloe. And this move is actually the top move from the simulation because it blocks um, the possible bingo that could come from Oinloe, because I'm sure he's aware there's one blank still unseen, and he knows what could come if he doesn't block that top board. So he went for ENG, leaving OUT blank, and about 7 seconds left on his time. Now left with BIOS, we're officially close to the end.
My score at 280. Yes. Okay.
Okay, so and he's played OBIS, emptying his rack and ending the game.
So call your score.
I
have 427.
Okay. That's 30, 61,
Yes.
99.
Yes.
Now the scoreline here is I think has been updated. We have 427 for Oiloe Abiola and 306 for Aedu. Now this has been quite something, starting from the beginning of this game. Even though Oiloe missed some chances, they could have played the Kendo East for about 167 points, which is massive. and he allowed the phony of unplants, but then he still managed to win this game, and that is an amazing feat. So we've come to the end of this game with Oiloyo winning this round. Amazing game. So let's see if we could hear what the players are saying. Let's move on to the
I'll do
mic.
as now. Okay, Oku, O and blank. Abi?
O ní ọkàn gbàgbé tí mo block ìwà
Mo ní kí
can you imagine
revise am.
can you imagine ìgbà tí mo tẹ́lẹ̀ wọ́n ní US blank lọ́wọ́ o lè imagine so mo kàn ní let me just
My game.
on source or something I wasn't 100%. Ṣàmárà kẹ́ni àbámáfilẹ̀.
Any
eléyìí ni ìwé ìṣọ́ sọ̀yẹ́ mi ṣe ní kí n ta mo fẹ́ ní kí lo black yìí báyìí gan JUS but let me just leave tó bá ta fine tó bá ta
mo táì tí mo hope
o ti
mo fẹ́ sí
okay sir
okay
one second
à ń bọ̀ sà ẹ̀rọ sà ga ọ̀
ọwọ́ mi ṣe kọ́ yí báyìí can do it kọ́ mi pé okay ṣé nàlẹ́ let me just stop there mi ìfẹ́ ṣe mo fà káwọn èèyàn máa bú mi pé mi ìtàládá ju kí n lọ tàchá fún lọ ó get done tó máa bú mi wọ́n sì pè mí ju.
Okay, so that brings us to the end of round 3. And before we move on to round 4, I would really like to talk about how this tournament has really evolved. Lekki Scrabble Classics actually started as a club meet, and now it has evolved to one of the toughest fields in Nigeria. And the timing is actually perfect because the World Championship set for Accra in November is very close, and the classic has become an important proving ground for players to actually renew their status, upgrade their ratings, and test themselves vigorously against the top world competition. And this tournament has attracted international players too. Last year, our winner was Ghana's Charles Tachimensin, and he claimed the star prize of 1 million naira. And is here again this year to defend his title. Now, it was able to beat some of the top Nigeria best contenders from US, UK, Nigeria here, and even Uganda. So this event tells you the amount of prestige and the level of the top liners we have here. So yeah, we'll be covering that makes the end of round 3. While we wait for round 4, sit back, enjoy, and relax, and expect Scrabble action because there's going to be a lot of it. There are about 18 rounds, and we've covered 3 rounds so far. So today it's probably about 10 rounds that would be played. And yeah, let's see how the fights for Nigeria's best goes here in Lekki. I remain your humble commentator, Opeoluwa Omotayo, and I'll be back in round 4 to continue the Scrabble action. Let me know where you're watching or and listening from in the chats if you're active in the chat. Okay, welcome back, guys. This is round 4, and on the table we have Jimo Abdulmumin and Oinloye Abiola. Now, this is the second time I'll be seeing Abiola on the table, and possibly the third for Abdulmumin. So I'm really looking forward to see how this game goes. Okay, shout out to our viewers from wherever you're watching from. Really appreciate you. Yeah. And while you're at it, make sure you're subscribed. Make sure you're subscribed to Scrabble Event TV, where we bring you the best of the best live stream of our top tournaments here in Nigeria and beyond. So the timer has started ticking, and Mumin is going first. So he has the rack of CUERRFS. Okay, the simulation best choice is cough for 18 points, and that is exactly what we're seeing coming down. And that's been committed. Quickly moving over to Habiola, he has a rack of ORT, ORGI, and is playing Corgi. The simulation's best choice is GOOR for 17 points, but it's going for Corgi instead for 9 points, leaving ORT. Now back to Mumin. We see, I see cigarettes with the high float. So he has a rack of CGARETS. So I know cigarettes will come down quickly. And we've seen that coming down. Okay, that's our first bingo of the game. And back to Abiola, who has OUTGORN. This has no obvious bingos, and it has 8, but looking at this board, none of it can come down. To the F, he could have played on Forgot, but unfortunately, the cigarette move has blocked that. He could have played on Forgot, or if there was a W, on this board for outgrown. So quickly we see grouts coming down. Now back to Abdulmumin, he has a rack of YONIEOO. He's taking his time on this one. And we see OOSY coming down for a moment. Okay. So Oiloy has a rack of RONZEAD. So let's see the simulation's best move here. Okay, you can play ADZ on top. Okay, but it's going for bronze instead, but scoring the same points, just different leaves. So he has committed RONZ for 64. Okay, keeping the energy up. Now we see Mumin's rack of NAIO AEI. Now this is very vowel heavy and might be quite something to play with. I think I would probably change, but the scores are quite close, and then there's still a lot of tiles in the bag, and okay, I think he wants to opt for NAOI, and that has been committed. That is the simulation's second choice. The top choice is AIA, leaving EINO, but he's going for NAOI for 19 points. Now back to Oinloye. He has a rack of EADIBAN. So the top choices here he has a bingo to the floating har of cough. So let's see if he's going to be able to see that. That is quite tough to see for me. But he has a bingo of Bandera, BANDEI, the R of cough, and a Bandera for 6 points. But even searching for the bingo, that's the first question. I mean, looking at this rack, I'm not sure if like the first thing on your mind would be to look for a bingo. But again, these are skilled players, so they probably think in a different way. I see him racking. is probably like trying to see if there is a bingo in this rack. Playing that would keep the game abreast and keeping it very tight for Momin, and they would be going head to head. As far as Bandera, the other one he could play is he could play Indaba for 26 points below the NAOI. Unfortunately, he didn't see the bingo and is going for being okay. First miss of this game. Being and being has been committed. Being is the seventh best choice according to the simulation. Being 28 points. Now back to Mumin. He has a rack of OWNALEI. Now, stop move here is according to the simulation is OWO for OWO, and quickly we see that coming down. It's amazing how fast this players think. Now we have back to Oiloye with the rack of MIDESBA. I think this should be the okay. This is second S of the game. This is looking quite bingo friendly. I think there should be one. Yes, there is. So now we have you could play VIDAMES across just right above cough, hooking the S to the cough for cough. And I've seen that he's arranged that. Okay. So he has a rack of WTTEDM blank. The WM and TT combo, it's not really looking friendly, but it could play Torted through the A of the Videms or MEW, which is top choice anyways. And he's going for Torted. Okay, I think he's having a second choice. He's having a second thought on that. He could either play the TAWTED for 20 points, or he plays MEW for 29 points, leaving DTT. But I would possibly go for the Torted, leaving M blank. And that has been committed. So Torted for 20 points has been committed. Now back to Jimo Abdulmumin having FILKED. That Q. I think right now you might want to let go of that Q. Okay, interestingly, is going for Fuchs for 43 points, leaving the Q. Interesting. I mean, I've played something with my Q, maybe the FIQ to the H of Aedu, but it's probably worried about the lead. So he went for FILKED instead. Interesting. So Fuchs has been committed for for 45 points, leaving Q on his rack. So now we have MTYAE for Huiloye, and it's blank. It's been about like 3 rounds now, and he's not been able to use the blank. Oh, now interestingly, he has picked the second blank of the game. Now, personally, for me, 2 blanks, they're just something. My head goes blank, like no pun intended, when I have 2 blanks. But he has a bingo of Maystar. Wow, this would be a very nice hitting if he's able to spot it just below Aedu. So right under that A, he could place his M and lace it down there. MAYSTER, and that would score a whooping 106 points. Wow, that is something. Now, if he's not able to spot that, he could also play lay time through the IT through the jib, placing the L through the IT, coming down through the triple row, and lay time or daytime. Either of the two would score about 103 points. Yeah. So for this round, he has a whole bunch of options. I mean, given that he has both blanks, the possibilities are quite infinite. So this is an opportunity for him to get back to the game and flip the scripts. So I'm very curious to see what Oiloye actually comes up with. He has to bingo at this point. It's a no-brainer because of what he's having. So I see him arranging daytime, and that is actually one of the options, and playing bring him back and even increase the margin of the score for him. So daytime has been committed. Okay, he's yet to commit. He's trying to I think he's trying to identify his blanks. So it could be daytime, it could be late time. So it could be LI or DI. So let's see which one it comes up with. Okay, I think it's DI. It's going for daytime. So daytime will score him 103 points. Wow, wow, wow. That is really something. I wonder what's going through Mumin's mind right now. So quickly, let's move over to him. He has HIERS. And that damn Q. You know, I would have preferred if you play something with the Q the last round, because he might have possibly bingoed this round, you know, given what he has right now. But that Q is standing in the way. Now, he could play, he has to play the Q right now, obviously. So he could play the key Q to the end of the Enel, possibly maybe QIN for 24 points. Or if he still wants to leave the Q, but he tends to score, under the Enel, it could play something like maybe HIES. That would actually score to keep up the momentum. So that would score about 48 points, but leaving QER. Now, personally, I don't know what I would do, but that Q for me, I don't really like that. So let's see what it really comes up with this time around. And he still has time on his side. He has about 12 minutes to Oilo's 4 minutes, 52 seconds. So this is quite crucial. I'm really curious to see what it comes up with. I think it's tracking. Trying to see what's left. And Moilo has yet to put his styles on the rack. I think when players do that, they don't want to give off. Or maybe he held him, I'm not sure, because I see he's just picking. Okay, he probably held him for the last one we played. Okay, now he's picking. Now, Mumin is yet to make a play. And I see him tracking. You know, tracking now is very, very crucial. They are going towards the last portion of the game, and the score now for Mumin is 303, for Oile is 388. So if he wants to win, he has to be, every move he makes now is very, very crucial for him. And I see he's really taking his time on this one. And he arranged here. Okay. I see HIER being arranged. He's looking the S to the NED to play share. Yeah, share here would score him about 42 points. But if he had played HIES, starting from the A of the email, would have scored him about 46, 48 points thereabout. So I see him still thinking. It's probably he wants to make sure if that's the move he really wants to be going for. Exactly. Now he's arranged the. This is the move that was scoring the highest for this round. So it's going for HIES. And that has been committed for 48 points, leaving the QEL. Now back to Oiloye. He has AUELIAS. Okay. I think the top movie it could play would be hooking his S to the zones to play something going down that path. Probably like Sauli, Saulie for 32 points. But I see him going towards the top left of the board. Time is not really on his side right now. We're just less than 3 minutes and some sort of time pressure. I'm sure he really wants to keep the scoring momentum up. Because now Moment is just trailing for about, I think, 30 points, 30 thereabouts. So he's going for Udao. Okay, pick that back up. Udao is probably a defensive play, Playing Sauli, hooking the S to the zone would open up, and he might not want to do that because of the apparent danger ahead of doing that. So he must be thinking really hard right now. AUF. Now, this is what time pressure does to you. And at some point, most Scrabble players probably been a victim of this, you know. I wonder what must be going through his head right now, you know. But he has to make a move and he has to make it real fast. Okay, it's going for AUA above the inhaled for 21 points. So back to Moment. What's he's having right now? It's not so nice. So personally, I would let go of that queue. I feel it's high time to let go of that queue. I could play King. Okay, I see that has been committed very fast. So King for 12 points. No brainer. Now back to Oiloye, Leisau. Could that be X? I'm trying to see the last. Yeah, that's X. Now, sexual is the best move right now to actually play, putting the S to the zone and playing a course. Now, I see him arranging that, or maybe not, it's playing Silex, Silex. Okay. It's going for Silex. Now his time is left just 5 seconds. So Silex has been committed for 44 points. Now back to Mumin. He has Pirlner. He could play PER to the E of Silex parallel for 27 points. You could also play P in. Either ways, this is a done game for Oiloye because he has just AU left on his rack, and you should be able to play out and win this game. Okay, for Reap instead. Is yet to commit. Rain. I think right now there's really not much you can do. It's what is having aside playing a green Reap all scoring below 30 points, and that will still not make him win this game. So we can all agree this is a win for Oiloye. Oh, there's still tiles left in the bag. Oh, it was probably not aware. I thought that was the last tiles on in the bag too. So I can see a little bit of shock and confusion on his face. So he's left with EAUE now. And that's been committed. RIM has been committed by Mumin for 20 points. Now, Oiloye has definitely flagged, you know. I think it was assuming there was no tiles left in the bag because I also thought the same. So and we see a swift finish from Mumin with Replan. Okay, I'm trying to see what Moiloye played before after rain. I think he played EE. He played EE to the M. Yes. He played MEE for 16 points. Then Mumin finished with Replan. Beautiful, beautiful game by both players, and this has been an interesting one. So I'm not sure if he flagged because I can see his time is on exactly 000. Okay, so now we have a scoreline of 469 for Oilwe and 383 for Momin. Beautiful game, beautiful finish by both players. And this has been very interesting. I think the turning point of this game was when Oile played daytime. And that must have hurt Mumin at some point. You know, he played the jeep coming down, and that opened up the triple lane for Oiloye to play his daytime. And that really did something about over 100 points and really flipped the script of this game. Very interesting game. I hope you enjoyed watching that. And that takes us to the end of round 4. So let's see what the players have to say about this round just before we move over to the next round of round 5. Thank you for listening.
Ah, good.
Four four three for you. 443. 434. 443. 434.
Okay. Welcome back, guys. Now we are on to round 5. And here we have Jimo Abdumumin again and Sapporo Tunde. Sapporo Tunde. Yeah, that's the correct pronunciation. I think we should get the scores back to 0 for both players. We're still having the scores of the last players. And yeah, that has been updated. Moment to start. Oaay ERC. Okay, that is Moment's Rock. Okay, it could play YART or Yato for 24 points or Yata. So I think we'll see one of those two coming down. Okay, now it's playing Yato. Yato it is for 24 points. Okay. I'm yet to see today's rack. What a pick. And quickly, speak the first blank of the game. So it has UNA NUE blank. He has an obscure bingo here through the float of the T on Gwenta. He could play on Gwenta for 60 points. Now the main question of trouble is spotting that because that is quite obscure. Having bingo quite early, but with a bunch of with 2 U's, 2 hen, it could be something, and it might leave you confused for a while. And seeing a word like on Greta is searching for it is really the point. Are you even looking towards, let me play something through the T and all? So it's not a common word. And for him, he might be trying to rack to see if he would spot something close, or he might just opt to balance, which is what we are seeing here. So he's going for UNAU for 14 points. Is yet to commit. And that has been committed. Moving over to Mumin, we see WEEPEAI. Okay, the triplicated is really something. So I would possibly want to play something that let go of about 2, if not all of my hits, in fact. Okay, quickly we see Weenie, WEENY from Mumin. So that goes for 22 points. Okay, I see N high ho he N E blank for Tunde. Now having this kind of rack would definitely leave me thinking for a while. It's almost like your spidey senses will tell you there's a bingo, maybe it will float. Even on its own, there is a bingo, but then spotting it is where the problem starts. I think the 7 on this rack is Leohin. Leohin. So it could play that just right by the side of the O of Yato. Or it could play Eolian to the floating E of Winnie. That is actually his top choice with the most points of 78 points. I think spotting Leohin, or if he makes his blank M, he could play nominee for 65 points. And he could play just beside the UR, hooking his N to the UR on and coming down to play nominee. So let's see which of the moves is going to go for. Interestingly, it's going for the top choice, which is Eolian, making the blank L. And that goes for 78 points. Nice. So we have ERICARP for Moomin. And with no obvious bingo, it could be looking towards the triple of the E that is now open, and it could play something towards that, maybe PS, or I think I'm saying 2R, so it could use one of the R to play PSR. PSR is valid. Or you could play price, for 36 points. I would want to let go of one of my hair. So PSR or price is they're both top moves for this round. Okay, we see Crapia. Somebody said Crapia in the chat. Okay, we are seeing price. Price has been commented for 36 points. Now we have, excuse me, we have EELSUWX for Tunde. Okay, you could play Wexis. Okay, I see he has dropped that already. That is possibly his top choice. His best move for this round. Wexis 26 points. Is there a challenge? Yeah, I think adding the S to the Eolian, that should be valid, yeah. Eolian takes S. And that's been proven. So now that should make it about plus 10. Yeah. I'm moving to he has obvious bingos of Ennets, Inet of Therian, but is opting for Enyet through the E of Eoland. And that would actually score in more. And that has been committed for 77 points. Fantastic. I'm watching trying to get hold of his rock. I see LU. Hmm. Tunde has been the master picker of blanks in this game. So now I see LUOTZF and of course the blank. Okay, I don't see any good use of the blank in this round, but it could play for if it hooks the T to Winnie for Twinny. So for FUTZ would score about 44 points, and that should be like the top choice. You could also play his spot somewhere else, hooking the F to the E of Enyet. Is Z sitting on the triple letter premium points? But I would prefer to play the fourth up there with my T hooking Winnie. And if he wants to, he could actually use this blank at this round. On this round, he could play ZOEAL, Zoe through the E of Wexes, making his blank A. And that would actually score him about 66 points, leaving FTU. But personally, I would go for FUTZ. Yeah, I would go for FUTZ. So I see him going for FUTZ, but underneath, wow. He could have actually played that on top and score about 5 more points. But he has gone for that, and that has been committed for 37 points. So quickly, I see Mumin playing Gifted through the high of Enyet. Gifted. And Gifted has been committed for 45 points. Back to Tunde, we have LO Blanc. Another L, A, and O high. So he has a rack of LOLAOI blank. Now I see he has a very obscure bingo of Hilaru, G Laru. Yes, he has a bingo of G Laru. So he can make his blank G or J. I think that should be derivative of both words. So now the question is, would he spot that? So he could play his Gilaro to the R of price coming down. So making his blank either J or G. I think there should be other options. If he's not able to spot that, he could play Poloidal through the D of gifted, making his blank P. So I want to see which one is going to go for. Okay, I think it has seen the poloida, is arranging the oh hell ho hi oh hell I ho black hay hell. So he has probably seen the poloida. So let's see if he takes the move. Yeah, poloida is the most obvious bingo right now on this board. Gilaru might be a little hard to spot, but he's still taking his time on this round, and I wonder why. Is he unsure of the word? Is he doubting, or is he yet to see it? Thank you, Shukura. But for now, I'm not sure if we're seeing other boards. For now, we are only focusing on the table one of the Masters round. But hopefully, let's see how it goes. Okay, I see Tunde is still taking his time. Oh, he played Wolf. Wow, that was he missed that bingo. And he played Wolf for 21 points. Damn, that must be very painful coming back to the game if he analyzes it and he sees that he missed that. Now I'm not exactly sure what Mumin played, but I think he exchanged. He had clunky tiles the last round, so exchanging is it's valid. Now Tunde has AAGNIL blank. There are obvious bingos here of I see diagonal through the D of gifted, making it blank O. Now I wouldn't I wouldn't expect today to miss this bingo in this round again, because that would be even more painful for him looking back at this game. Okay, we see that coming down quickly. Diagonal it is for 77 points, and that has been committed. Now, interesting pick from Mumin. He picked CATIOUS, and he could play. This is interesting. He could play a 9 letter. This would actually be very interesting if I can see this on the board. Could play a 9-letter through the T of fourth and N of diagonal, and the word is quotation. If he sees quotation will score him 46 points. And guess what? That is the only playable bingo he can play on this board. So now, question is, would he see this 9-letter bingo? I'm really curious. Wow. The most obvious 7-letter bingo on his rack is caution, auction, but then they won't land anywhere. And then even to the P, he could have played acupoint, but then it won't fit. So his only available option of bingoing in this round is to spot that 9-letter. Would he find it? Is he even searching for it? So we'll find out very soon. Oh, I see he's opting for UT. Okay, that's quite painful, but we move. So UT has been committed for 28 points, leaving COSAI. Now back to Tunde, we have VI BIOR Y, and is going for Vice, which is a stop move here. That came down quickly. Vice committed for 27 points. Back to Mumin, I see ICOS on his rack. Okay, I'm getting questions from the chat. The 9-letter word he missed was quotation. SCUTATION. Through the T of fourth and N of diagonal. Now back to Mumin, we have ICOS. I think it's yet to pick the other racks. Okay, I see COOIOSE. COOIOSE. Bunch of O's here. So with that, I think you have to let go of the O's, obviously. I would probably play tune to the T of fourths, but I think I'm saying yeah, I would probably play TOON. Okay, he has played jab. Oh, sorry, I missed that. Tunde played I think Tunde was the one who played just now. Okay. Jab. Jab for 59. And that has been committed. Okay, back to Mumin. We see COO SEIO. I think he played okay, bed has also been played. I'm sorry, I'm having a bit of system over here is quite lagging. I'm trying to catch up as fast as I can. After bird, we had a play of Coot, COOT. Okay, so now I think it's Tunde's turn to play. Yes, thank you. It's Tunde's turn to play. So he has DIODL. Okay, I see he's going for married. I couldn't get to see his entire rack. But married has been committed by Tunde. So married for 18 points. And that's the defensive move by Tunde, blocking the available floating space. But interestingly, I'm seeing Anoesis, Anoesis from Mumin. Interesting. Wow, I didn't see that coming. So Anoesis from Mumin for 70 points. Wow, wow, wow. So back to Tunde, we have DSEO AIL. I think the scores are not updated. We're working on that. So for Tunde is having DOESAIL. Now we could probably play Idola coming down through the NOSs that was just played. I don't want to open up that triple lane. Oh, yeah, there's a bingo of ISO lead. I didn't even see that. Yeah, there's a bingo of ISO lead, but it's not looking like it's not gonna enter anywhere on this board. Yeah, it won't fit anywhere on this board, sadly. That would have changed the game for him. So unfortunately, he would have to go with something else. Yeah, I wonder what's going through his mind, knowing he could have bingo on this round and take the lead even further. Okay, right now the score has been updated. We have Mumin on 376 and we have Tunde on 346. Now let's see what Tunde comes up with. Also, I see he's less than 1 minute. Wow. There must be a lot of time pressure going on right now. So he's arranged ALOD. Okay, ALOD. Okay, he added more. He added the S. A lot. This is 26 points. Now, Mumin is left with KEGELPR. Okay. Wow, and Tunde has flagged. This time has dropped by 10 seconds. Was there a challenge? I see the time was paused a little bit. Okay, now back with Mumin having a rack of KEGL PR. I'm trying to see what will be his best move here. And I think guys are out. Tunde is left to just EI rather. It could play PRE. Okay, the tiles are not hers. I see Tunde still picking. And Mumin is tracking. Now they are quite close. I see Mumin is on 376, Tunde 372. Although his time has dropped by 10 seconds and every second counts. One thing I've noticed about Mumin from the past 3 games I've watched is his time management. And I'm still trying to master that. Towards the end game, he usually has about 10 minutes, if not more, to think about his final moves. And it really does help, to be honest. If you can master the skill, can really differentiate you among your peers. And help you with the game, ultimately. Okay, for a moment I thought the tiles were out, but Tunde has picked more tiles, confirming there are still more tiles. So I see Mumin arrange PER to the side, possibly hoping to play that. Although I'm not quite sure where that will land, but I see where PRE could land, just beside the allodes. Hooking the P to the AL, coming down PRE. And that should score pretty well, pretty averagely, about 25 points. You could also play LAWK, lock, LEWK, Luke, rather, through the W of Winnie for 17 points. His other options are GER. Okay, I see he's playing something completely different. I see PALLE coming down. I'm not sure if that's a word. Yeah, that's not a word. Is it going to play PALLE? That's a phony. Yeah, that's not valid. But I don't see any challenge. So PALE has been committed. So quickly, Tunde has played. Okay, played. Yeah, I played Palle, right? Yes. Then Tunde dropped TETRAM, but I see that he has taken it off the board. I think he's not sure if PALLER is a word, which unfortunately is not. So funny. So he played VEG instead. So quickly, I see QI coming down for a moment. Okay, ERK first, then QI, and that brings us to the end. That brings us to the end of round 5. With Mumin, Jimo Abdul Mumin on 416 and Sapporo Tunde on 396. Wow. And it's flagged by 30 seconds. So that's going to be a deduction of about 10 points here. So wow, that was a very interesting game. Quite interesting. I see the players are still, I think they're trying to reconcile their scores. And that brings us to the end of round 5. Very interesting game from both Jimo Abdulmumin and Tunde Sapporo. Yeah, it was close. It was close. Okay, the updated scores is 431 for Mumin and 396 from Tunde. Wow, that is interesting. Thank you for watching round 5. Round 6 will be up shortly. And let's move over to the player's mic. Let's get to hear what they're discussing. Okay, guys, welcome back if you're just joining. This is round 6 of the Lekki Scrabble Classic happening live at the Peninsula Hotel and Towers here in Lekki, Lagos, Nigeria. And I remain your commentator, Opeoluwa Omotayo. Now, we've played about 5 rounds, and this is the 6th round. We have a new face on table 1. This is Adeosun Adeyemi playing with Oyeloye Abiola. Oyeloye. Pardon my mispronunciation. Oyeloye Abiola. So quickly, the timer starts, and Adeosun is playing first. He has a rack of Sdekote. Sdekote. Okay. Then you could play Toked. Toked for 24 points. Yeah, that should be the top choice. Keeping his E and S. Okay. Instead is going for, I think is thinking of playing DOEK instead for 18 points, leaving EST, and that has been committed by Adeosun. Moving to Oyiloye, he has PENFILE. Okay, he could play flip from the O of Doek, putting the F on the double letter. And I think that's what it's going for. Flip. Yeah, flip for 32 points, leaving EEN. And that has been committed. Now we have the first blank of the game, GITESI blank from Adeosun. And he has I think he has Ignite. Yeah, he has Ignite, which is the common bingo. Let's see if he's yet to see it. You could hook the S to flips, to flip to form flips. Yeah, he has Ignite for 74 points if he makes his blank N. Yeah, I think I see him arranging it. Yes. And is going for that. Ignite for 74 points by Adeosun has been. And it has been committed. So moving over to Oiloye, we have ANERAEE. That's quite vowel heavy. I'm really curious to see what's Okay, he's going for D-O. Okay, went for enrage. I think I missed a few chapters. He went for enrage, then yeah, ENRAG. Through the G of igniter, enraged for 16 points. So back to Adeoshu, he has AADEU and double S. Okay, I think it's going for DUAN. And that has been committed. He could have played at DU though, through the high of ignite, but it went for DUAN. I think DUN for 15 points. And back to Oyinloye, he has GRACEYS. Okay, I see him taking his time a little bit. I think playing GYRE through the hour of enrage. If he can spot that, that would score him about 24 points on this round, keeping ACRS for the next round. Or otherwise, he can play GAUCY, Gaucy, through the U of Duan, the G and the Y sitting on the triple letter premium tile. I see he's arranged KG. Okay, he has gone for the top choice of Gyre, GYRE for 24 points, and that has been committed. Back to Adeosho, we have ASSOYNE on his rack. So now, the double S for me, once I see a double S, my instinct is to let go of one for some reason, but he has a couple of options he could play with that, but they don't really score much. He could put his Y on the AY from the gyreway. Coming down, he could play years, YEA, and put in his S if he wants to let go of one of the S. Or he could play YASS. Now, I wouldn't, personally, I wouldn't do that. That would score more, but that would take out the two S's you have at the same time. So we might probably go for year or the year with the S. Okay, I see him going for SYE. SYE, it's not a bad move, and it scores 27 points, leaving ANOSE. Good balancing for the next round. So now we have ZARSAR for Oiloe. I think there should be one more tile left. Is it with him? Or did he drop a tile on the board? Okay, the last tile is G. I think that was a C rather. So he played Caesars. Hooking is S to the gyre. Okay, that score pretty well. That's about 45 points. Powering up. Now back to Adeoshu. He has AMANOSE. And I don't think he saw what he was looking for. I think he left ANOSE in the previous round and they went on to pick MA. Yeah, unfortunately. So there's no chance of bingo in this round. But it could possibly play Alka. Let's go of the A of the double A. Well, Alka scores just 10 points. And he might not want that. He could also play Maka, the same position of the C of Caesars, for 16 points. But the top choice there is him playing MNA, just below flips, hooking the M to the EL and playing across MNA. Now, MNA is one of those three letters for me that it doesn't quickly come to my head like that. I know the word exists, but then having the rack, I will see man before I see MNA. So that's just how it works for me. So he might not be able to spot that. You see, now it's playing NAM using the same tile I just talked about. He's yet to commit it though. So I think that has been committed. So he went for NAM for 19 points. Whereas he could have played MNA for 25 points, just underneath flipped. Now we have HAIRDD high for Oiloe. And he might be thinking to let go of one of the D's, obviously playing something towards the top of the board. Okay, and he's going for HID for 23 points and committed. Now back to Adeoshu, we have VAXCS Vaxis OU. Without wasting a lot of time. I see him dropping XU. Okay. XU is not bad. XU scores 40 points. But I might have played VOX at the same points for 40 points or VEX. So it went for XU, leaving VAESO. Oile has AIRDEU. I think both players that have been playing pretty fast. And the scoreline is 193 for Adeoshu and 140 for Oiloye as of the moment. Oiloye is to play. Now there's still 2 blanks on scene. Sorry, my bad. One blank has been used to form Ignite. So I see Oiloye is taking his time here. His rack is AUBIER. I'm trying to see the last one. I think it's a D possibly. And given this rack and this board, I don't think there's much to do that would probably score you a lot. So, and it's trailing by almost 50, so I see why he paused a little bit. So he went for DUCI for 14 points, leaving AERB. Now Adeosun has EVE Soldier, SOJA. Now I think you could play Ja, the J on the triple letter. Yeah, exactly. That's what it's playing. Ja and the A hooking the tax for Taxa. That scores about 36 points. Yeah. And he has committed it. Leaving EEOVS. Now back to Oinle, he has AVAERBL. I'm sure that might not be what is really wanting right now. And the best he can do, oh, I see he arranged variable. If only the eye on this board were floating for him to play variable. But it could play Vara through the on top beside the Duchy, putting the A to the D for 28 points. At the same position, it could play Bella, it could play Veil or Vera for the same points. So 3 minutes down the line and is yet to commit any move. Okay, I see Brava being played instead. I wonder what the motive behind this play is. It's probably trying to play out enough to pick what he wants from the bag. So Brava has been committed for 20 points. Immediately we see Vibe coming down from Adeosun at the same point where Oiloye could have played either Bella, Blair. Yeah. So it has been used by Adeosun. So Veil for 28 points. And interestingly, I don't think Oiloye picked what he was hoping for. Now he has FLOTTEE, double T's and double E's. Now I think it can play out if he can play like more words with Fetu. If he plays FETTLE. Okay, it can't play that because I just realized Adeosun played Vibe, not Veil. Okay, but instead it can play Loft, which I see coming down. Yeah. Loft it is. So Adeosun has picked the second blank of the game. And he has NCONES blank. And he has a couple of bingos he can play here. He can play no sense, making his blank T and hooking the OF in the middle of the board. So no sense will score him about 70 points. He could also play Sonance, which I think that is what he's going for. Sonance scores the same, just a different position on the board. So we see him going for that for 70 points. And that is officially the second bingo of this game by the same person. So Sonance is being played for 70 points. Okay. And it has been committed. Back to Oinloye. I wonder what must be going through his mind right now. And he has a rack of LETEERP. So I think the most he can do here, if he's trying to score to really keep up the momentum, is to play Emure. That means the EMU on the board. You can put the R to form the jar and the E down to the triple lane. So now that is it's quite sneaky to spot, to be honest. But if he's able to spot that, that would score him about 30, 31 points. So let's see what it comes up with. Oh, I thought I was about to say bingo. Okay, I see replete being played. That's called 22. Okay. Adeosun has QIOWLET. So you could play WO with the O in between the H and the B at the top right corner of the board for 26 points, leaving QILET. I think is looking to play towards the bottom of the board. Okay. He went for Howlett. Howlett for 18 points, leaving QI. Back to Iloye, he has ENTWAG. I think there should be one more tile left by the side. It's not currently visible to me. Okay. I see Adeosun has picked the U to go with the skill. So maybe him leaving his skill was not so bad after all. Okay, I see T. CENTWAG for Oyinloye. Now with this rock, I'll definitely want to play one of my T's. So I could play maybe TWAE, just above the outlets. Yeah, TWAE. Or watts. WATT below the outlets. But that would open the triple lane. And I don't think I would want to do that at this point, knowing I'm behind and I wouldn't want to open more chances for my opponents. So 5 minutes for Oyinloye and 5 minutes and some few seconds for Adeosun. And the scoreline is right now is 349 for Adeosun and 227 for Oyinloye. Oyinloye to play. I see him going for once. That is not the top. It's not the top move for this round, unfortunately. Tui definitely scores more. Tui scores about 29 points. And this scores about 12 points. Now I'm trying to get the motive behind this move, but it's yet to commit anyways. So one has been registered by Oiloye for 14 points. Not the best move if you ask me. Now we have QU high, NA high for Adeosun. And even though you picked the U to go with the Q, it won't really do much for this round. Looking at the board, there's no way you can drop the QU combination where it will probably eat about 30 to 40 points. None that I can say so far. But it decides to play it anyway. I think this scores about 15 points. Yeah, this should be 15 points. Leaving RIN. Now going over to Oinloye, we have ENGOERT. Now it could play GOE on top of the outlet for 21 points. And or a mule at that same spot, that same sneaky spot, if anybody's looking towards that direction for 31 points. So I see it's going for Goa instead of just GOE. GOER has been committed for 25 points. Moving on, we have RIN. We have MENTO from Oiloe. And less than 2 minutes left on the timer. Now is the top move is to play MO, which we see coming down quickly for 24 points. And Adeoshi is left with IRONI. And there is no way it can play out on this turn. Well, it could play the I to the Q for 11 points and finish up with IRON if he's able to finish before Oiloe. Okay, I know that won't be possible, so it's going for NOIR instead. Leaving his rack with just a single letter, which is the best option at this point. Now we have TEN left with Mr. Adeosho and easily Looking at this board, you can't even. I don't see anywhere you can finish. Okay, you can actually finish. TEN just be at the bottom of the board. Yeah. And that brings us to the end of round 6. Wow. 6 games gone by already, and it's been pretty exciting. And I'm excited for what's more to come. I think we should have about 4 more rounds left today. So for round 6, Adeosun won this round. I think the updated score is 408 from Adeosun and Oiloe with 309. Amazing game, amazing game. I wonder how Oiloe must have felt when Adeosun picked the both blanks to play the 2 and only bingos of this game, because things would have gone a lot differently if that didn't happen. But again, this is Scrabble and anything can happen. So yeah, that brings us to the end of round 6. Thank you guys for watching this round, and we're going to switch to the player's mic now and get ready for round 7. Thank you. Good afternoon, guys. Welcome back. Now we're on to round 7. And round 7, we have Adeosun Adeyemi and Etu Alari. And it's on. Adeosun to play. Okay, quickly we're seeing the first bingo. The first move of this should be truncated. The blank E coming down quickly by Adeosun. So truncated has been committed for 68 points. Moving quickly, we have Tristan, back-to-back bingo by both players. Okay, my bad. It wasn't a bingo. It is this is DOOBRIE. Dubry goes for 20 points by Larry. Moving on quickly, we have YOSLONT. That's Adeosun's rock. So I see here that it can, okay, he has arranged it already. Snootly to the floating high. He can play Snootily for 76 points, which I think that is what we are about to see. making um that would make the second bingo of the game by the same player. Oh, unfortunately, I don't think we'd be saying that. The board is not positioned in a visible way, but before that, I can see he was going to play smoothly, but changed his mind. Perhaps he was doubting. Okay, we're on, guys. Sorry about the little break in transmission. So I see the players have played, and it's a two and Larry's turn to play. He has a rack of APATIVE. Now it's played vape for 28 points, and vape has been committed. Now back to Adeosho with a rack of WEDGSSC, and is going for wedges, leaving CS. Wedges has been committed for 22 points. Back to Larry's. Now Larry is having triplicated tiles. He's having vowel heavy tiles. He has IEEATIU. So now you could decide to play TAU high W high through the W of wedges for 20 points, or you could play or the T, or the T. Yeah, it should be or the T through the D of wedges for 12 points, but that would be exposing the triple lane. So I don't think we would be saying that. So it might need to think a bit for this turn. And I'm seeing AITU come down for 16 points, leaving EEI. Now is yet to commit. That has been committed for 16 points. I think we are seeing another bingo of this game from Adeoshun. CAJ blank LERS. I'm not sure what he announces his bingo is blankers, but it's most likely cajolas. Okay, that has been committed for 67 points. Nice find by Mr. Adeosho. Moving on quickly, Larry is still having the same problem of vowel heavy rack with just one consonant of F. Now, what would you do if you were in this position? Honestly, I think I would change. I'm trying to see if there's other places to play that would score well. But I'm saying I could play 4 through the R of Cageless coming down. FORE. That should, but I don't like that leave. You're still going to leave EIIO. Or I could play FIERE at that same spot, leaving IOO. But I see it's going for woof. Okay. Woof for 26 points, leaving EEII. Now back to Mr. Adeoshu. We have YEEB AFC. And have some bunch of options. It could play ABY with the Y sitting on the triple letter premium square through the U of TOUNS below this board. Or it could hook his Y through the F and come down to play FYCE, scoring about 34 points. Leaving ABE. Okay, I see it's going for the first option I mentioned, ABY. ABY it is for 35 points, and that has been committed, leaving EEFC. Now back to Larry's rack. I'm only seeing E here. Okay, he's yet to pick. Okay. Back to Adelshu, who just played Clef, CLEF. For 34 points, leaving EPQ. Now I see Aedu arranged on Larry's rack, which is a valid 7-letter bingo. But looking at this board, I'm not sure if that's gonna fit anywhere on this board. Yeah, that's not gonna fit anywhere on this board. Tough luck. The most you can do for this round, okay, I think it's played. Oh, I think he exchanged. Did he? Okay, I think he plays towards the top right. Yeah, he played DEF, right? If I'm not wrong. REF or DEF. I can't see the top board, but I'm assuming it's DEF. Yeah, DEF it is for 21 points. Now quickly, Adelsha replied with VIEB. It's VIE. Okay, I see Larry playing HEAR just under the cajolas, leaving G and H. And this scores quite a lot, you know. Think about 43 points. Yeah. Yeah, about 43, 42 points. Now, moving on quickly to Adeosho, he has QPIDLOA. And his top choices here is to play Kate, QAID, which we see coming down pretty quick for 40 points, leaving LOP. Now, back to Larry, he has GIZ, AUNAS. Personally, I might let go of my Z on this round, still keeping my S. And playing in such a way I would opt to bingo on the next round. Yeah, I think that's what Larry here is doing. He's playing Zing, you know, with hopes of booking the S in his next round. Zing for 28 points, leaving ISUA. Now, quickly moving over to Adele Show, he has TIPLOEO. Okay. So his best move here is it's probably to play POO. With the O King Kem for Kembo and the P Ukin the SO. And I think that's exactly what we're saying here. This is gonna score 31 points for Mr. Adeosho. But I see him taking it back, probably having second thoughts. Okay, and he's placed it right back. Who for 31 points? It is. So for Larry, he has AURIESU. I'm sure I must have wished one of those U wasn't you, probably T, something else. It could have bingoed down that triple leg, hooking his S to the Z. But nonetheless, it could play Aureus, maybe AU Harry US, maybe I, or Urias, URAUUS, leaving I. That's the anagram for Arius. If he intend, if he intends scoring on this round, so oh, but I think did it change? Okay, it's not changing. Mm. think is thinking of playing EAU under the zinc. Okay. That scores 14 points and it has been committed. Moving on to Adeoshu, who has a rack of EITLWHN. Now he has the choice of different choices of you could play with WITH, hooking the soap, the H hooking the soap to form soap for 27 points, but that would be exposing the triple A. And you could also play WHIN, which I believe that's what you're saying. Okay, it's going for WHIT instead. Same points, 24 points, and opening the triple eight as well. Larry has a rank of GRUIEIS. He really wants to bingo bad, but the ties have not been aligning. It's either a case of double U's or double highs. Now we have in the case of double highs. His best choice is probably to play and letting go of his S right now by playing Regius to the triple lane, hooking the S to the Zing for 39 points, leaving I behind. Okay, let's see what it comes up with. Scoreline currently is 369, 269. Adeosho at 369 and Larry at 271. Okay, it's been updated to 271 for Larry and 369 for Adeosho. Now Adeosho is having the rack of EXENRNA. You could play EX, okay, the E to the GU for 31 points. And it could also play EAN just below with for 32 points. I see him taking his time here. Less than 6 minutes for Adeosun, and he's yet to make a move. I'm wondering what's going through his mind right now. Okay, he's arranging EAN. You might be seeing EAN for 32 points, just below WHIT. I think they are reconciling the scores. And EAN has been played. Seeing him taking his time here really makes me wonder what's going through his mind. You know, it's about 7 tiles on scene. It's taking his time judiciously to really plan his end game, I suppose. Okay, I'm not sure. So I see he played EX to LOS instead. That's an interesting move for 29 points, leaving LANER. Now Larry's left with some EIISU R. I suppose the board is not clear. Okay. Seems Larry played RIG just under the EX. Now back to Adeoshun. He has Len left on his rack. Learn. Personally, I think I would go for my EAN just below the board for my 32 points. And yeah, I can see that on the board already. Leaving LR and scoring 32 points. Oh, is it packing it up? Oh, interesting. I see Glean instead. So he decided to play Glean, not risking the option of leaving the triple lane open for Larry and leaving his R and scoring a little less than the previous option. Now Larry's left with EUIS. So he's playing SUI for 14 points. And with that, Adele Shield finishes the game with Rich, dropping his R on the ICH and crowning him the winner of this round. What a beautiful game. And that is the end of round 7. This game has been quite tactical, you know. And seeing Adele Shield play some letters, play some tiles just to remove it back, thinking deeply about these choices has just really sealed him as a very tactical player, and we can see that with the way he handles this board. A very much deserved win, and now he's having the total score is 4-1 for Adele Shu and Larry with 300. That brings us to the end of this round. Stay tuned while I get ready for round 8. Okay, welcome back, guys. We're getting towards the end of the rounds for today. This is round 8, and we have Adeosho, Adeyemi, and okay, the names have not been updated, but this is a Tualari and Adeosho Adeyemi for round 8. Okay, round 8. Etoa goes first with Zoril for 48 points. And it's back to Adeoshun. I'm saying sit here on his rack. I'm not sure if that's valid. I think it's a phony. And hope it doesn't play that. Okay. I'm saying Clitia, calm down. And unfortunately, Clitia is not valid. Immediately, we're getting a challenge from Larry, and we're about to find out. But Clitia is valid, but there's no Clitia. So I must have messed it up something. And that is invalid, fortunately. So moving on, we have okay, we are seeing another bingo. Okay, we're seeing the first bingo actually of this game by Larry. This is OWRELAS for 68 points, and it has been committed. So still with the same rack for Adele Show. The best choice you can make right now is to possibly play Katia through the A of the lays and living high, playing that for 36 points. And that is exactly what we're saying. So Katia for 36 points by Adeoshin. And that has been committed. Moving on quick, we have QSMPLER for Larry. Personally, I think I'll just dump my Q somewhere, leaving SMPLER, in hopes to bingo next turn. So let's see what exactly. So that is exactly what it did. QI for 11 points by Larry. Moving on, we have BUI, Ho Hi Hardy for Adeoshio. And stop choices are to play Birdie through the E of Katia for 30 points, or Ari, leaving BD high, which I personally don't think is great, for 20 points. Or you could play Brady, BRIDIE, in the same spot for 30 points. Or Birdie, the common Birdie, BIRDIE. Now, if he's looking to play towards the bottom of the board to the triple from the T of Katia, I think he could also play turbo. for 21 points, but I do not like the leave of BII. So I think Birdie or Birdie is a top choice. Interestingly, is going for Turbo. Turbo has been. Are we getting a challenge here? Okay, Turbo has been committed for 24 points. Now, moving on, we have Larry with SCLMPER. Uh, and even though there's no obvious bingo here, it could play clip at that same spot or creme, CREME, which I think that's what we're getting right now for 25 points, leaving LPS, SPL as arranged. Okay, back to Adeosho. He has triple highs on his rack. So he has DIV high, JO high. And immediately we see D high, V high coming down. For 18 points, leaving JOI. Now quickly, we are getting people from Larry through the eye of Devil of DV. People leaving SG for 28 points. Now back to Adeoshu, we have JOINID. And it's playing Genie. Genie has been committed for 37 points. Back to Larry with GHOTASE. Immediately is playing is Olim Bingo of Shortage through the R of Katia for 62 points. Interesting. It's amazing how fast this player sees their bingo. Now we have O High Hen MUTT for Adeosho, and this is not quite what you're looking for at this point in time as you throw behind. But his best move would probably be to play from the S down to the triple lane that has just been opened from shortage. So he could play Smout, SMOUT for 30 points. Or it could play Osteon at the same lane for about 27 points. But Smout is the top choice that scores more. So let's see what it comes up with. I think we might be saying smalt. Exactly. So smalt is being played by Adeoshun and it has been committed. Okay, it's yet to be committed. Now it has for 30 points. Moving on, we have Bagaies from Larry. And it's looking kind of synergic, but I don't see any sevens or even any eights. So any floater on this board. Yeah, I don't think there's any. Okay. I'm seeing Baji come down for 22 points, leaving AS. Now it's back to Adele show with NIT NDKN. Okay. That is quite not the kind of tiles I'll be looking for at this point with this scoreline. But the best I'll probably make out of it is to play Dentain through the E of shortage parallel to the triple lane, or maybe Dunk through the U of smart. That's not really, yeah, Denton is the top choice. Denton it is for 24 points. Is yet to commence. Okay, we will be saying that coming through. And I can see the first blank of the game from Larry. It has been an amazing gameplay from Larry so far, and looking at his rack and what's more to come, there might still be more chances of him landing other bingos. And interestingly, he has a quite obscure word to me of he has a bingo on this rack to the floater of cream. Amazing. I think he spotted. Of course. Okay, taking it back. I don't want to jinx it, but he has a bingo of Acaunius to the C of cream. Acauious. And that is going to score him 72 points if he finds it. So let's see. Okay. I think he exchanged. Yeah, that's a tough look. He didn't spot that. Yeah, he definitely didn't see that. Now back to Adeosun. He has Vienkey. So he's opting for KEY key. And that has been committed. So now we have AEXSC blank. Okay, pardon me. Larry played. I think he made the last move of AX. Yes, he made the last move of AX for 38 points. And Adeosha has a rack of VINEWUR. I see he's arranged vinyl. Could probably play that through the S of overlays, or it could play wifed through the D of DV. But I see it's going for vinyls for 24 points, leaving RU. And that has been committed. Now we have SATASE blank. From Larry and I think we're saying a bingo come down. I'm not exactly sure what is going on right now, but I think is rearranging the blank. So we have SA blank TATES. Okay. So his blank is probably L. That should be sulfates. And that's an amazing find by Larry. And it has been committed for 58 points. Nice. So back to Adeosha, we have Hey Her Hey You, DAH. And he's played DAH on the board from what I can see. For 29 points, that has been committed. Okay, moving on. I see Larry has, in fact, picked the second blank of the game. Okay, I can't see the last cell, but I see GEOEE blank. Current score is 360. Larry's 360 to Adeo 260. Larry to play correctly. Okay, right now I see Larry tracking. Okay, after the long break, I can see a play of Leed from Larry. Lead. So his last rack that I didn't say was L. He's yet to commit though. I think he's still thinking about it, trying to get the best possible end game sequence. I'm assuming that's why. Okay. And he's taking that back. Oh, interestingly, is going for is using his black and it's played GLOVES. So the blank could be D, could be S, it could be R. I'm not sure which exactly is it. But here we have GLOVE blank. Okay, and that has been committed. And the blank is S. For 39 points. Now back to our show. We have ONA. How are you? How are you? This one, it's a gun game for Adeoshil, but could possibly play Nako, but I don't think it would want to open that triple lane. It could play Nako through the Sea of Cream, but it wouldn't want to open that triple lane, I'm assuming. Or it could play just in between shortage and the saltated. So it could play between the H and the A. It could play HURRA, and that would score him about 18 points. But that's very sneaky to find. Well, finding it would score him 18 points at this point. And you would be left with ANOU. So I'm curious to see what exactly he is going to play at this point. So he's arranging RAUN instead. Okay. And that has been committed for 14 points. Now back to Larry, we have FOAEE. Okay. And he's opt for FEOD. That's about 21 points. Okay, that's been committed. And Adeosho with the last play, last rack of AORU. You should be able to finish with this one if he plays RAUPO, RAUPO, through the P of people. Yeah, that is the only way it would possibly finish this game. I think he did set up URAO to finish. That's not looking like it will finish anywhere on this board. And unfortunately, I see he's opting for ARO for 13 points. And this would definitely make Larry finish up the game. And immediately the top choice of the EA under the ZE has been played, which leads us to the end of round 8. This has been quite interesting to watch, and honestly, I love watching from the sidelines, especially when masters play, because I get to learn a thing or two. And especially the time Larry had to take about 3 to 4 minutes to think about how he's going to play his end game sequence and finish flawlessly. So this has been very beautiful and insightful to watch. And that has led us to the end of round 8, with Larry winning this one with a total score of 438 and Adeosun 287. Interesting. Let's head over to the players, Mike. Welcome back. Now we are in round 9. Suppose this is round 9. We have Jimo Abdulmumin and John Aedu. Going first is Abdulmumin. Now he has a rank of UALERGI. Okay. Now these are the kind of rags that look like they have a bingo in them, but it's not looking like that. So I see he has exchanged. He exchanged the U, keeping AEGRIL, and immediately John plays I believe this is VINIC. Okay. Vinic. Now back to Abdulmumin. Yeah, he has a bingo of regional, and I think the anagram for that is geraniol. So he's going for regional. Both scores the same points, and that has been committed. So 63 points for Abdulmumin, the first bingo of the game. Now, moving on quickly, we have MANNTDD for Aedo John. We have duplicates here, duplicates N, duplicates D. That's not the kind of rack you're looking for, but you don't get to decide the tiles you pick from the bag. So his options there are he could play admin. Okay, but he's going for Madden. He could play admin for 31 points, or choosing to play Madden would only score him 20. And I think that has been committed. Yes, that has been committed for John. Moving on quickly, we have KIOEDEU for Abdulmumin, and okay, I think it was challenged. I'm just saying that. Okay, that's an extra point for John. So moving on, we have KIOEDEU for Mumin, and is going for his top choice of Kior, which is KIORE for 41 points, leaving DEU. Beautiful. Now, John's rack has been quite something from the beginning of this game. Now he has only one vowel. He has just HNNTE. I'm trying to see. Okay, JE. He has two vowels. Okay, he could choose to play JIN through the eye of Vinic for 21 points, or THIN, which is what we are seeing right now, for 26 points, leaving JEEN. And that has been okay, is yet to commit. Okay, that has been committed. Moving on, we have Dudered. Okay, this is Oudered from Mumin, and okay, it was D. Yeah, it's double D had Deoud. So immediately it's seen as top choice of the VOD, coming down quickly for 76. So moving on, we have John's play of JEU. Right, for 26 points, leaving INUTE. Good balance, hoping to pick up synergic tiles for the next turn. Back to Abdulmumin, he has BEIMPT high. And right now, it could play MIB from the board, from MIB coming down for 24 points. And I see he has MIB arranged. Okay, he played MIB, but at the bottom, at the top of the board instead. So that scores less. That costs 20 points, leaving EIPT. Okay, back to John. We have TUNLBIE. Okay, the top choice I'm seeing here is Jubilee from the Jew played earlier for 30 points, leaving NT or Juliet for 26 points, leaving BN. Both choices open up the triple lane. So is John ready to take that risk and play it, or find somewhere else to play? And on the other side, we can see Mumin has picked the first blank of the game. So opening that triple might not exactly be a good idea right now. But your opponent never knows what you have. So let's see what he comes up with. So he's taking his time on this one. You know, he don't want to take no chance. I'm sure he probably saw the Jubilee, but he's still thinking about more options. Okay. A bit of break in our power. That would be restored soon. Okay. And here we have it. Okay, I see John is still taking his time on this one. Okay, I see MUIL coming down instead. Is yet to commit, and that has been committed by John for 18 points, leaving BENT. Now, Mumin has TEREPI, and he has a bunch of options to bingo from. So, I want to see the one it goes for. Okay, but I see okay. He has TEREPI blank, right? And it could play up or it could play down to the D of the board for depictor or decrepit. Yeah, decrepit or depictor, or even peridots. Okay, but I don't think peridots would fit. Or it might decide to play up, hooking the EN, but that would open up the triple lane above. I don't think you might want to do that. So let's see what it comes up with. If it's trying to play defensively, you might play to the D down below, or you might just go for a score up there. It could be PTR, which I think that's what he has on his rack, arranged on his rack. Could be Pitia, it could be Pestia. So the blank can be A, it can be E with what he has arranged. So it's trying to decide which one it would go for. Okay. More option that I didn't see earlier is Pyrenites. The blank being the N. Parenti. Okay, that's not Pyrenites. Parenti for 63 points. And immediately John responds with begets. EEGET. Begets for 24 points. I see the second blank with Mumin. So he has a rack of QIT. TTHR blank. And it's playing birth. Yeah, it goes for birth for 20 points, leaving QT blank. Interesting choice. Moving on, we have EEWEING for John. Okay. It's going for EEWEU for 24 points. Playing the derivative, which is EEE, the triple EW, would have scored in more points of 32. 8 more points, but leaving the E is not a bad idea. Now, I believe Mumin played QAT white under that. Cats for 21 points. And now John has COINGAE. No visible bingo here, but the top move here would be to play in between the U and the parente. So in playing GEARE would be the highest point, but it's going for PACO. $24 points. The second best move. Okay, is taking that back. Currently, Mumin is on 304 and John 200. Okay, and it's played that back. Paco committed. I pronounce that the Nigerian way. I really do hope that's how it's pronounced. So now we have FTAEOS. I'm blank for Mumin. I think we should see a bingo in this move, in this round. He has quite a number of options. He can play out fists. Oh no, he can't play out fists. That has been blocked by the PSCO move. So he can play sets. Okay, I'm getting something. Yeah, he played falsetto, I believe. The blank should be L. Yeah. Falsetto it is for 61 points. Now back to John. He has FATEING. And he spots the best choice. 35 points. Leaving FING. Now that has been committed by John. Moving on, we have UXAING. SSSORL for Mumin. And the stop choice would be to play SOX just above birth with the S hooking the HAT for 33 points. Or it could play ROUX, but that would be exposing the triple. So XOX is the top choice for this round, and that has been committed for 33 points by Momin. Now we have ARFYING for John. I think this has a simple 7 of fraying. Yeah, fraying. And fraying would enter the top portion of this board, hooking the EN for fen. That is his only playable bingo and only position. Okay, so quickly we see that coming down. Frame for 78 points by John. So back to Momin, we have VANLS you have. Okay. Now its top choice would be to hook the S to the frame for frames, and coming down it could play SAV. Yeah, SAV will be the highest for about 42 points. Could also play SUN, SUN, or SUR, SUR. Yeah, you could play any of those for that point. So let's see what it comes up with. Yes, frame takes an S. It can hook it. You can add the S to the frame and play that. So let's see if that's what it plays. I think Mumin is tracking. We have 10. Yeah, I think we have about 4 tiles left or 10. And Mumin currently is on 399 and John's 313. Oh, interesting choice for Mumin. I see he's played UN instead. So he probably have a reason for that I'm yet to understand, but we'll find out. Please UN for 14 points instead. So we see ZWALUNS for John. Same arrange was, which is definitely the top choice. Was with the A hooking the shirts. I really see the importance of knowing these words by their origin and the hooks and what it takes, and being able to spot them. The origin of this HET started with HET, and then S was added, and now it can also take A, assets. So in playing was will score him about 54 points. But if you never knew that hook, you won't play it. So you could play was WAZ, leaving LNSU. But I can see now that it's choosing to play the was slightly in a different position. So this scores less. This scores 37 points, but he's yet to commit his move. And he's taking it back. Okay, now I see was even, I see one instead. This is an interesting choice from John. And I think he wants to go for that. And he's taking it back again. Okay. Okay, I see him tracking now, which is very crucial at this point. But looking at this game, there's a 100-point lead for Mumin. So the probability of him winning is slim but not zero. So let's see what is able to come up with. Okay, I think he's opting for one at the very top, and that has been committed. Honestly, when I saw him arrange was WAZ, I was thinking he was going to go for that for 54 points, just above the shirts. Now, moving on, we have VALORSY for Mumin. And his best choice would be to definitely hook his S to the frame, coming down to form words like Savory or Savoy. And that scores massively, about 68 points, sealing his win in this round. So Could it be he doesn't know it takes S, or he hasn't spotted? Mm. I see him arrange LOY instead. And he's committed LOY instead. Wow. I'm very surprised to say the least. Now we have ZOLUS for John. Of course, he goes for the top choice of swords, SOZ, finally hooking the S to frame. Or that would probably still be enough to win this game. Yeah, and it's committed SOZ for 54 points. Back to Mumin, we have VARS. Okay, now we are seeing a challenge, and frames is absolutely valid. Okay, so it makes sense. He wasn't sure if it takes an S, which is why he didn't play any of those words I suggested earlier. Okay, now we have RAVS coming down to end the game, sealing Mumin as the winner of this round. This has been a very exciting game in and out, from the way they spotted their bingo, from the way they played. I think they had about 3 bingos in this game. Okay, I think 4. And it's been very interesting to watch. So thank you very much for watching round 9. Stay tuned and get ready for round 10. Ladies and gentlemen, we are now officially in the 10th round of day one here at the Lekki Scrabble Classics. It's been a long, grueling day of word battles, and this last round is where stamina meets strategy. Some players are fighting to protect their lead, while others are choosing and chasing to stay in contention. Every single tile, every single point, it all counts at this point. And because the standings tonight will set the stage for tomorrow. The energy is intense and the boards are alive. And now we're about to see round 10 unfold. So for round 10, I see Itualari once again and Jimo Abdomomain. I am ready for this round. Are you? So let's get right into it. Okay, the timer starts and Etualari is to move. He has a rack of WOFATTA and immediately is going for Fatwa. Fatwa has been committed for 30 points. Mumin has a rack of SU high, head high E. And his choices here are quite narrowed. So he could play LIEU just above Fatwa for 14 points. And the other choice that he has, okay, I see he's played LIEU. And that has been committed. Now moving on to Larry, we have TOUTEEK. Okay. So readily I see him arrange Took. So you could play Took right above the Liu, the T hook in the EA and the O hook in the UT. Took for about 18 points. He could also play UKE, but that would open the triple lane. Could play that for 19 points. Or tick at the same spot for 22 points. But to play safe, I think he would possibly go for TOUK as arranged, which is exactly what he's going for. So 2 TOUK for 18 points, leaving EET. Has been committed. Back to Mumin, we have LE high SL he har. I think this is a bingo. Absolutely, he arranged it already. I think this also play relies, RELLIES, the anagram, and we also play Lesla as arranged there. So I see he has arranged the anagram of release, I believe. So you could play this below fatwa, the har, okay, the a, and exactly what is going for 61 points. This is officially the first bingo of this game. Now, it has been committed. We have FENTEB. Okay, I think there's one more rack, one more tiles that I can't see. Okay, I believe it's R. Yeah. There's no bingo on this rack, but you can go for BREN just above the rallies, which I see he has arranged. So this will score him about 38 points, leaving EST a good balance. You can also play BEEN at the same point, on the same spot for the same points, or BREE. And its anagram BEER. Okay, I see he's still racking. Is he fishing for a bingo? I think he's trying to think. The best move here would actually be to play BREN, leaving EST. So he's yet to commit to any move. Okay, I think he's going for just that. BREN for 38 points has been committed by Larry. Moving on, we have VRIDDEH for Mumin. And the sub choice will be to play. This is quite tricky, given what he has. Okay, he could play dived right below AR, hooking the D to the AR. Or he could play Ived at the same spot, leaving DR for one more point of 24. Of 2 more points, actually, of 24. So I see Rived here. I see Rived arranged on his rack. Okay, now drive. So maybe he's planning to play drive instead. Exactly. I is the better option of 24. So that has been committed by Momin. Now we have a bingo from Larry. Obviously, he could play stained, hooking the S to the ARD, which is exactly what we are saying. Come down, but Surprisingly, he has a 9-letter word through the RE of brain, and we realize of pteridines, scoring just one more point above stained 72, was going for stained of 71 points, and it has been committed. Now we have DUXGSRN for Mumin. Now I see it's already arranged DUX, which is the best choice, and it's possibly the best choice. Yeah, DUX has been played for 38 points, but surprisingly, he has a bunch of other options that scores more, but we'll be using his S. So DUX is quite valid to me. So now we have BORM by Larry, and it has been committed. Moving quickly, we have SARONGS, Sarongs by Momin, which is a bingo, and it fits perfectly into the word. Can hook his S to the NUB of noob. Yeah, that is the only playable bingo. So I believe he's taking his time. He's trying to see if there's another word, because Sarongs does open the triple lane below. But that is the only playable position for his bingo. And it's a no-brainer. That is exactly what we're saying. Sarongs for 68 points by Abdulmomin. We have NAVOYEREI, pardon, for Larry, and his top move would be just beneath the Sarongs move of playing Ovine. Yeah, if he plays Ovine, it could that would score him about 37 points. But interestingly, he could also play Envoy on top. But I don't think he would want to leave that triple lane below. So going for Ovine is a safe option for 34 points, just 4 points below the score of Envoy above. I believe is yet to commit. Oh, I see he's changed it to Viney. Okay. Okay, Ovine. Okay, Ovine. And that has been committed for 37 points. Moving on, we have AAIETED for Mumin. And his top choices would be to play Amy through the M of Bond, going down the triple premium square, which is exactly what we're saying. For 21 points, leaving ATED. I think he's trying to see the other options, and that has been committed. Seeing WYLAAAGA, there is nothing synergic about the styles, but surprisingly, through the K of Took going up to the triple word, he can play Galyak, which is Galyak for 54 points. But that will be quite hard to spot. So I see he's playing the second best option, which is Way WAY for 39 points, leaving AGL. And that's been committed. Back to Jimo Mumin, we have AIOTTED. Okay. I don't see any sevens. I don't see any. Yeah, this might be one of those rock that look like that, but there's no bingo here. But it could play. I think it could play Toad just under the eye for 21 points. Okay, it's going for Do It. Do It. Just do it. Okay, Do It for 18 points, which he just did. No pun intended. OALGAPM is what Larry's rack is saying, and immediately is going for Palm. Palm, 29 points, leaving AGO. The top choice for this round would have been to play AGMA instead for 31 points at that same spot. Well, I'm sure AGMA takes it, so he doesn't want to risk that oak going up to the triple lane. Yeah. So it goes for Palm instead. 29 points. Moving on, we have the first blank of the game. It's key Q8CJEE blank. I think the most obvious choice would be to play the Q8C as is arranged. Right. That scores 33 points, leaving the JEE blank. Back to Larry, we have GAOHEOZ. Right? Now, given the okay, I'm trying to see the board. I think I see HAO. Yeah, HAO scores 33 points. Pretty fair. Now back to Mumin, we have JET high CE blank. And his top choice here will be to play Jets above Ovine for 22 points, leaving CEI blank. Yeah, this is the only option that I'm saying that scores a little more above 20. You could also play TEC coming down, the C hooking the ovine to form Covine for just 1 point less, 21. So he went for Jets, which is top choice, of 22 points. And that has been committed. Moving on, we have FGOEIN. A little difficulty in saying the last style. And already I see Larry tracking. They're quite close. Larry is at 271 right now. And Momin at 244. And to him, there's still 2 blanks left unseen. And anything can still happen. Okay, the last style is Z. Top choice would be to play ZO Honda Jets for 42 points. Leaving EFGIN. So he's probably thinking of other choices. I think he's ready to make his move now. ZO has been committed for 42 points. Back to Mumin, we have CRUCCEI. And it goes for RUC for 26 points, leaving ECI blank. Top choice. Larry has a rack of FGERINY. Now, his top move will be to play Gites. It was quite tricky to spot. The Gites is GYTES with the Y hooking the palm for palming. So that was scoring 37 points. Or will they find it? Okay. I'm seeing GEY come down. I'm taking back. So instead, I'm seeing Y. Okay, went for his initial choice of GEY. GEY scores 27 points, and that has been commented. Back to Mumi, we have PGEIAC blank. Okay, I'm not exactly sure if there's any bingo or anywhere to play, but we'll play Epical to the L of Leo, scoring about 20 points, and leaving G blank. So at the same spots, Castle, but using the blank right now, it's not the best option. So Epical or Epical really is the move I see, or Pical without the E. Okay, interesting choice. I see CAGEY coming down. KG. So the GEY just played by Larry. And that has been committed for 16 points, leaving GIPE blank. Okay. Now I see the second blank has been taken by Larry. He has the rank of FONIRN blank. And his top choice here would be to play from the C of KG up to the triple word score by playing okay, this is I, okay, not hell. Okay, playing towards that direction would require him using a blank. So playing somewhere else entirely. Like foin, FOIN, with the F hooking the Y of KG. Yeah, that's about 22 points. Well, I think we're getting something else here. Okay, we're getting FIRN, which is basically the same spots, the same points, just a different leaf of NO blank. Friend. Committed. Immediately we see PINOE blank coming down. For a moment to wrap up the game. Okay. And that brings us to the end of the game. This was like a close one, to be honest. I couldn't say, I couldn't even define at some point who would win and who would not win. But it's been an excellent play from both players, and Larry won this round with a score of 406 to Mumin 396. That's 10 points difference. Wow. Interesting. So I'm getting bored now. This is not the last round. We have one more round to come. So I want you to stick around and so you won't miss it. So let's go. Okay, while we get ready for the last round, the updated score for the previous game is Larry towards 427 to Abdulmumin's 375. Okay, welcome back, guys, to the final round of day one of Lekki Scrabble Classics 2025. It's been a long day, and I've had an exciting and tiring as well. I am tired, so I can imagine how our players must be feeling as well. So this is the very crucial stage, and fatigue must have set in at some point. But this is where stamina as a player would have to come in. So now for our final round of today, round 11, we have Ogolade, Oluwashogo, and Jimo Abdulmomin. So I think Ogolade is to start. Okay, I can see EACYIKW on his rack. And it's best choice to play something like Wiki, Waki, yeah, something along that line. Okay. Okay, interesting. I'm seeing WACKE come down. Thought I'll say something like WACKY coming down, but that has been committed. Moving on, we have the first blank of the game already, but unfortunately, we have um all consonants to go with it. So there's VLSFF blank D for the moment. So my top choice would probably be to okay, it's VLFVSLSD blank 2S. I think we're either going to see an exchange or a short play. Okay, as expected, we have FAVS come down for 10 points. Immediately, I see JOYS come down from Ogunade. Point 30 points. Mumin has SLIDAL blank. And he has a couple of bingos to play. So the highest would be to play to the E of Waki, going through the triple word lane. So the word would be slidable, making the blank B. Or in the same spot, you could also play Spadille, making his blank P. So SPADILLE or slidable, both 80 points. So let's see the one it plays first. And slidable it is for 80 points from Momin. That has been committed. So now we have HU high hey OEL from Ogunlade, and I see he has arranged HUIA. Wondering where he hopes to play that. Well, he has options of playing Joao through the Joual for 24 points, or Joule, the same position, but that risk opening of the triple lane. So you might choose to play safe by playing AUE coming down across Joyce for 19 points. So let's see which options or what he ends up playing. Okay, I say he's taking his time. Having this type of rack would definitely make you slow down a little bit. Also, for 20 points, it can play Oya, which is OHIA, under the B of the slidable. So I see him arranging something different. That is old. And old has been committed for 20 points. Moving on, we have DGMA DRT from moment, and is playing really quickly, and is playing Dogma for 22 points. The top choice would have been to play Goddamn, which is GODDAM, in the same point for 4 more points. So Dogma for 22 points has been committed. Back to Ogulade, we have PXOIEUO. And his top choice would be to play Expo, which is exactly what we are saying, coming down for 50 whooping points, leaving I hold you. Moving on, we have MYDESRT from Jimo Abdulmomin, and the top choices will be to play Try just beside the O for 42 points, leaving DEMS. And that is exactly what we're saying. Try for 42 points. They are literally trying for the 1 million naira right now. No pun intended. And that has been committed for 42 points. Now back to Ogulade. We have I see RUHISUO. Double high. So saying here his best choice would be to play you under the dogma or you Ukin the Y. But that would leave him having IIRSU on his rack. So I'm not really sure about that. Already I can see Mumina's bingo ready towel. Okay. So he went for your beautiful. Your for 27 points. Now back to Mumin. He has DEMENTS. And some of his best choices would be to play. He could play the dements right under the whack, hooking the D to the whack to form whack. That would give him about 78 points. With the floating eye of slidable, he has the stop move of 81 points, which is hides men. So I see him thinking, I'm curious to know what he does end up with. Also, he has smarting, a 9-letter bingo from the interesting, and that is exactly what he's going for. Smarting for 65 points. This is not exactly the highest scoring bingo of this turn, but it definitely does something. So smarting has been committed by Mumin. Moving on, we have SREUUI for Ogulade. And I don't really like this house, to be honest, but I think I would exchange, or if I don't, I would possibly play to the S that's been opened, maybe SUI, or play UMU to the smartened, forming UMU across both sides for 15 points, leaving EIIRS. Okay, so an exchange. It is. Moving on, we have TORIIEE. Both players have been having about duplicate styles for 2 rounds now. So now let's see what he comes up with. Tori. Okay. You see Tori coming down for 18 points, leaving EE. Moving on, we have OESQEHR. And immediately we see QI coming down for 22 points. Back to Mumin, we have CEA, ABCEEOE. Okay, I believe they played Apsis. Yeah. Apsis. Probably to dump cows. Apsis for 13 points, leaving OE. Now back to Ogulade, we have OESEHRG. Now his top choice will be to play either HOG, but that's going to open the triple lane. HOG just beside Martin. And that is exactly what he's saying arranging. HOG will score him 34 points, leaving EERS, and that has been committed. Now we have WADEZOE for Abdulmumin. So the top choice would be he could play Wild from the apsis, the E of the triple premium towel coming down, WALED for 36 points. And he could play Adze, hooking the D to the whack, and ADZE, the Z sitting on the double letter premium towel. Now, of course, it goes for WALED, leaving OZE for 36 points. Now we have NESEROI for Ogolade, and it's not it's looking, I don't see any 7s or 8s, but it would probably want to balance and hope to be this next round if he picks well. Okay, I'm having a little break in transmission here. So just in case the feedback is a little slow, please bear with us. Okay, I can see my screen once again. So I believe Ogolade played EF or E. Yeah, I believe he dropped E, just E. Okay, that'll be for 10 points. And having VIFOEZE on Momin's rack. And I see he can play Advice from the A of Slidable coming down for 34 points, leaving FOE. Okay, he's taking his time on this round. And I believe he arranged ZE to the side, possibly open to play at the top with the E hooking the THE and the Z on the triple letter, scoring 38 points. But I see something different now. I think I see SIF. SIF has been committed by Momain for 18 points, leaving EEOZV. Now I'm going back to Ogolade. I believe is playing. Oh, it's playing senior. Okay. Yes, senior and N. Okay. So senior has been committed for 36 points, I believe. Now back to Momenia. ZEATVOE. Now we could play Azote. Okay. I really do believe Momi don't want to use his Z now for reasons best known to him. So it's going for Bite for 29 points, leaving AEOZ. Okay. That has been committed. Now back to Ogulade with a rack of NAIGBIN. Okay. Double highs and double N. His options are quite limited, but it could play Banning if he's trying to play out enough to pick up more good tiles from the bag for 28 points, but that will be opening up the triple lane. And you could also play BIB just beside Lobe. So I believe that is exactly what it went for. BIB for 21 points. Remember the blank is B for slidable. Now back to Mumin, we see him moving fast. He has eventually played Z. So and is going, he went for ZOA. Correct? Yeah. ZOA. ZOA for 37 points. Quickly we see Lunating coming down, which has been challenged. So let's find out. Okay, and it is a phony, and it has been taken off the board. So back to Mumin, we have okay, I see the second blank, LUTREER blank. I don't see a 7 here. Is it going for ref? Okay. I'm seeing RUT, which is the best move for this turn for 19 points. With the R hooking the whack for Waka. So back to Ogulade, we have you. Okay, pardon me, is yet to commit this move. Okay, I believe he went for his initial. It went for R. It just added the R on top. Okay, that is quite interesting. For 7 points, I think I see MNA coming from Ogulade for 19 points. And back to Mumin, we have UNRLET blank. Okay, the only available bingo I can land on this board is Antlia from the A of Slidable, making the blank I scoring 64 points. But it also opens the triple end. So question now is, would Mumin go for it or would he not? Oh, interestingly, and this is why they are masters there. I see Retinula coming down, hooking the Zoa. This is very interesting. For 57 points, scoring about 8 points less than Antlia, but at least it doesn't open the triple lane. But this also opens the triple lane just below it. Now, Ogulade has the rack of NIAPUGT. Okay, given his rack, his best choice here would be to play Guinep for 30 points through the E of the now opened triple lane. GUINEP. If he spots it. Okay, he's taking his time on this one. And it's just NIO high left on Momin's rack. So if he's able to spot this, he will have 80 left. And exactly, I see that coming down. Guinep for 30 points. Beautiful. Now IINO left, and to finish by hooking that to the end of the Guinea, and that is exactly what is done. Union for 9 points and ultimately wrapping up the game, I believe. Whoa. And with that, Mumin wins the last round of the game, and day one of the Lekki Classic has officially come to an end. It's been 11 rounds in the books, and we've witnessed brilliance, resilience, and plenty of surprises on the boards. So the leaderboard tonight is only a tip of the iceberg because tomorrow everything can still change. So players will rest, reset, and hopefully return sharper for day two, where the real battles for glory will continue. So tomorrow would be having 7 more rounds to complete the 18 rounds. And from the first out to the last, today has shown us the spirit of competition that makes this championship one of the toughest in the Scrabble calendar. Thank you for joining us today. We'll be back tomorrow for more action at the Lekki Scrabble Classic. I remain your humble commentator, Opeolua Omotayo. Thank you for watching.
This was what I had. Z O.
You've had the Z since that.
Yes, that's why I kept it. I wanted to bingo so that I'll be able to score the Z, and I didn't have the blank. I just picked it after.
Of all the places you could have played, you had to. If you don't play here, you had to play here.
Scrabble is.
And I saw you go there, like, voila.
What's your number?
26.
You said your number is 22, right?
26.
Yep.
This should be your
Game 11.
one. How many?
I lost 2.